is here with us. The vast majority of people who flee their homes to escape conflict, violence, and disasters do not cross an international border. Of the 7.8 million people forcibly displaced around the world, 50.8 million are internally displaced people. Of course, so when you watch the news media, it does look like a large majority of people cross international borders, largely from the global south to the global north. Actually, the effects are actually radically different. They are the invisible majority. The research aims at better understanding the needs and resources of specific groups of internally displaced people, including children, women, youth, older people, and members of minority groups, and people with disabilities. The objective is to identify policies and support options that can best respond to the different impacts of displacements these groups experience. These programs and the center's work in general also fit well into the ambition of the University of Pretoria to be an African global university. Although we are South African as an institution, this is our home. We see ourselves very much as an African university, but one that is globally engaged, connected, interacting, and contributing. That is why we're also part of the Global Campus Classroom. With excellent students from a wide range of backgrounds, a diversity of academics and broad partnership from across the continent and beyond, these programs contribute to strengthen the African identity and capacity of the University of Pretoria. In the process, the university has become a hub within which experts and enthusiasts give voice to African understandings to contribute to the global discourse. With programs like this, the University of Pretoria solidifies its reputation as a regional center of excellence, allowing for the best of Africa to pursue postgraduate studies in Africa. Thank you for visiting the University of Pretoria, and I hope you have an enriching and memorable week with us. This, as you can see, is a very fine campus in its own right, dedicated to the complicated, complex, and intersectional problems that Africa faces, including, of course, your main focus, human rights, which are touch on every aspect of life and also on all aspects of the United Nations SDGs. So thank you very much. I'm very proud that we have this illustrious panel with us. Unfortunately, my job is very nice and very interesting, but it is one embarrassing element. Sometimes I have to speak and go, like today. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. But I need to say that however busy the VC is, he always shows support to our program whenever we invite him. So thank you in his absence. So now we'll have the welcoming on behalf of the Center for Human Rights by the Director of Conference.
Thank you very much, Ashwani. Yes, indeed. I think just to reiterate the thanks to Professor Cooper. He is obviously a very busy person, but he always finds time for us at the center. You could hear the focus, the emphasis on Africa, thinking globally, but then locating things at local level. That very much is in tune with what the center and the global campus as a whole stands for. So gladly in his absence, acknowledging the support of the university and of Professor Cooper in particular. Then welcoming, acknowledging the presence here of old, long-standing friends, Professor Novak, I call Justice Gomez, all the people from the Global Campus headquarters and from the various regional programs, Special Rapporteur Cecilia Jimenez, who will be here gladly also for the whole of this week with us. We are so honored that you accepted the invitation and that you are able to be with us. But as Aswani already said, mostly it's about you, the students who are here, who came from as far afield as Buenos Aires and Bangkok and Nigeria and Nepal to be here. And we really anticipate a wonderful presence, building of new friendships also among yourselves. As we know, it is the Global Campus that really brings together these 7 regional programs. That was not always the case. I am reminiscing a bit, thinking back to December 2019, when also at the University of Pretoria, the Global Campus actually came into being. The organization was inaugurated, the first elected officials were also selected. That was a privilege for us as University of Pretoria Center for Human Rights to be hosting that event. And I think about 2.5 years have passed. And I'm not sure, is it something that felt like it passed very quickly, or is it something that feels like a long time ago? I have a sense that it's a long time ago. In these 2.5 years, so many trials and tribulations have come upon us, so many sometimes very acute trauma beset all of us. No one among us have been left unaffected. And I think that makes being here together again as members of the Global Campus so much more remarkable. It's seeing old friends, but in the first place, I think it is reconnecting, reaffirming our common bond, what we stand for. Clearly, in the interim period, the governance meetings took place, but there's something very special about meeting in person and joining not only in spirit, but actually physically, and looking each other in the eye and speaking, and not only through words, but also through gestures. So I think that's one of the main aims and one of the features of our being together here is rekindling this solidarity between us as partners of the Global Campus. But the second, equally important, is perhaps the primary reason for being here. As we know, the Global Campus, when we devised the theme of internal displacement, I think it was a pertinent issue of contemporary concern, but somehow in the world as it also evolved, the issue became even more pertinent. So thank you for each of you who delved into this topic and bring your insights, your thinking to this space. This space, Future Africa, Professor Coupe said, the space was devised really as a place where different people from different regions, but also different disciplines could meet and somehow forge new knowledges and insights. And I think that is what we are as a Global Campus, not only so globally diverse, but also in terms of disciplines and backgrounds and perspectives. So we look very much forward to each of your contributions. We thank everyone who's invested in this process. We hope that this event will be, in a real sense, transformative not only in thinking, but also in the sense in which you feel connected to others around the world within the Global Campus and beyond. Thank you so much for joining us. Ashwani, thank you so much to your team for making this possible. We really look forward to a wonderful week ahead. Thank you so much.
Very much, Prof. So we've had welcomes from those who are based in Pretoria. Now we'll hear from those who traveled far and wide to come and join us here today. So can I please invite Prof. Manfred Novak to give a welcoming speech as the Secretary General.
Thank you, Ashwani. Dear students from all the 7 master programs of the Global Campus of Human Rights, dear friends and colleagues of the Global Campus, representative of the European Union, and Cecilia Jimenez, I'm very happy that you could come from the Philippines to give the keynote speech. For me, it's a very emotional moment to be again here in this beautiful Future Africa campus, and in this hall here, where in December 2019, we launched the Global Study on Children Deprived of Liberty with representatives of the different member states of the SADC countries, and also the Ministry of International Partnerships, Foreign Affairs, whatever, of South Africa, who invited us to launch the global study. And not far away, in another beautiful conference hall, we held the first annual assembly of the Global Campus of Human Rights, the constituting annual assembly. And as Franz already has said, we elected Veronica as our president, Franz as one of our vice presidents, Elena, I have to look around there in the back, she's our first vice president, and Felipe Gomez, who unfortunately can't be with us here as the fourth of the Bureau of the Global Campus Council, and all the other members of the Global Campus Council. And we had the first meeting. This is the highest governing body that is guiding us. And it was the first meeting in person and the last one. And now we are meeting again in person. And that is for me a very, a very emotional moment, that it is exactly again in Pretoria that after those difficult, I should say, 2.5 years, we are meeting again. I should thank our hosts in South Africa, in particular Ashwani, Magnus, Franz, the other Magnus, and all the other friends from the Human Rights Center at the University of Pretoria for so beautifully organizing this conference, for also having invited us yesterday to your beautiful home. We heard a very, very moving speech also from Franz at this evening. And we were painfully missing Christoph Haynes, who still in December 2019 was hosting us at his home. And he was just not only together with you, the founder of the Human Rights Center in Pretoria, but also a very important member of the international human rights community. So I'm sad about that. When I'm back here, Christoph is very much in my mind. These 2.5 years were certainly not easy for the Global Campus of Human Rights. On the one hand, of course, the COVID-19 pandemic forced us very quickly into an online mode. And for me, it's kind of a miracle that all the 7 regional master programs were able to carry out their teaching, learning, exams, etc., more or less always online. In Venice, we managed somehow to get the students from the European Master Program, but again, most of the teaching was done online. We had to totally change. We developed, it has also a positive effect, we developed our IT infrastructure, our online capacities of teaching. We had to learn a lot all ourselves, but it was a big challenge. The second is that many of our master programs of our regions were really struggling with extraordinary challenges. And I first would like to mention the Caucasus Master Program, our friends at Yerevan University, which had to continue to do all the academic stuff while there was an armed conflict in Armenia with Azerbaijan, Turkey, of course now with the aggression by the Russian Federation against the Ukraine, the Caucasus Master Program is directly affected because we have universities in Minsk, in Belarus. Already before, we had big challenges because our students were demonstrating against the fraud elections of Mr. Lukashenko and his repressive regime. Many of them had to flee the country, but still the University of Minsk is a member university of the Caucasus Master. And we also have a university in Kiev, in the Ukraine, who very bravely were fighting, still teaching. The teaching of the Caucasus Master went on while the city was shelled. Now many of them, both students and also professors, had to leave the country. But also other regions. If you think about the Arab region, the blast in Beirut that destroyed most of our offices there, and even also injured some of our staff members. And together with the blast, it was only one of the most visible signs of a country which where the economic and the political systems more or less broken down. And I was recently at the meeting of the plenary of the Arab Master, and I was so amazed how you are actually managing the Arab Master. You are challenged also by students, you are challenged by the circumstances, but Jihad and your team, you're doing an amazing job in keeping the Arab Master running. But also other regions. If you're thinking about the Asia-Pacific region, what's happened in Myanmar, and where even our students are imprisoned and disappeared for some time, and the Asia-Pacific Master Program did quite a lot to assist them and to fight the repressive tendencies in that region. These are just a few examples of how we have to actually deal with the current deteriorating system. We were also directly involved when the Taliban took over again in Afghanistan last August. And we realized that we are a community of 100 universities that are all not only experienced but dedicated to human rights. And we have a particular responsibility not only to teach human rights and to do research, but also we have a social responsibility towards those who are in need, who are threatened. That's why we started with the assistance of the European Union, our main donor, and also the Right Livelihood Foundation, a program of students and scholars at risk. And I'm very grateful to Imke, who is the mastermind behind all that, that it is a successful program. I'm very grateful not only to our donors, but also to our universities, our rectors and professors, who responded very enthusiastically towards our appeal. Could you provide a safe space for researchers, teachers, professors, students who have to leave Afghanistan? And many of them got out of Afghanistan under very, very difficult circumstances. Now we are trying, it's still ongoing, to really put them at one of our universities so where they can carry on with their studies, with their research. And of course, with what's happening now in the Ukraine, we are again very much challenged, and we are hoping that again the European Union and Right Livelihood will provide us the necessary funds so that we can find a safe space for these refugees at our university network. That also meant that our joint activities, that is on the one hand the international conference that should take place on an annual basis, but also the global classrooms had to move into the online mode. I remember very much with Yusra and Jihad trying their best to really organize the global classroom on children deprived of liberty in Rabat, but finally it simply was not possible to do it, and we had to move into an online mode. Thanks also to our online department, online learning department, it was possible to do it, but of course it's not the same as if you are coming together in person, exchanging in person your experience, your regional ideas about a particular topic. At that time it was deprivation of liberty of children, now it's internal displacement. We also had the Sarajevo one, and also the conference in Yerevan, which was organized by Christine and her team in an excellent manner on climate change and child participation. But it was again more hybrid or more online than in person. Only some of us actually managed to go to Yerevan and participate there together with many young people and children actually in this child participation event. We also were challenged, positively challenged, because of our long-term partnership with White Livelihood, which means, and which made up a little bit for the budget cuts of the European Union, with which we are still fighting because they made our life much more difficult. But White Livelihood to some extent compensated, but it also meant that we were not only mainstreaming children's rights in all our various teaching and other activities, but we developed quite a number of new and very challenging, interesting projects that have to be administered also by our transversal departments, in particular our people in the finance department, etc. I mean, there were many other challenges. One of them is also that we are increasingly challenged by our students, who partly mix up human rights with identity politics. And as the human rights community and the global campus of human rights, we strongly stand for equality, for non-discrimination, for inclusion and diversity. But it is sometimes difficult to reconcile with some of the exclusionary and intolerant politics of identity politics. And we have to come to grips with that, and we have to really analyze it and discuss it in the spirit of cooperation and solidarity from a human rights perspective, to bring these two different kind of approaches under one hand. This time, the topic is internal displacement. And I think it's a very, very urgent topic. So I'm happy again that this was chosen for this global classroom. Recently, the High Commissioner for Human Rights talked about 100 million people who have actually been forcibly displaced. And this is about doubling of the number within the last 10 years. And it tells a lot about the situation in which we are living, whether it's displacement by disasters, but much more so by armed conflict and other forms of violence. And the big majority of those displaced are internally displaced persons. It has many different reasons. On the one hand, of course, that persons primarily try to seek protection within their own countries. But it's also the very restrictive asylum policies of other countries that make it more difficult for those who are displaced to actually find a safe place in another country. But from an international legal perspective, IDPs are somewhere in a limbo, because refugees at least have the Geneva Refugee Convention. There's some kind of protection if they manage to get accepted as refugees and protected. Then there are other countries who take care of them, and the High Commissioner for Refugees is the main agency dealing with them. For IDPs, there are still many governments that consider international assistance, humanitarian assistance to IDPs as an interference with the national sovereignty. Myanmar would be a typical example for that, but many others as well. So UNHCR and others, including the Special Rapporteur on IDPs, very often have to fight that they can provide assistance and understanding and awareness for the difficult plight of IDPs. And that's why already in the early 1990s, the idea came up, we need an international treaty for the protection of IDPs, but governments were, again, seeing this as an interference with the national sovereignty. And that's why when the first special representative of the Secretary General for IDPs, Francis Deng from Sudan, was developing then the idea of drafting guiding principles on internal displacement. And I had the honor of being one of his advisors during the 1990s in drafting these guiding principles. And I think it's one of the best practices, which was simply accepted. He presented it to the Commission on Human Rights at that time, and the Commission accepted it. And in the meantime, it developed into state practice. So it's a classic example where a soft law instrument, simply a report of a special representative, by state practice is accepted and slowly actually developing into hard law because it is customary law, because it is accepted by states and the international community. So in that sense, I'm looking forward very much to the keynote address of Cecilia Jimenez. I'm very, very happy, grateful that you came all the way to South Africa for being with us. We met the first time in 1988 in the Philippines in the context of the Huritox conference, and then our paths crossed so many times again at the Vienna World Conference on Human Rights in 1993, and with so many different NGO and IGO activities that we both had. So I'm really happy to see you again, and I'm very much looking forward to your keynote speech. I'm also extremely grateful to all those who were able and willing and dedicating their time to the organization of this global classroom. Of course, first of all the students and their scientific advisors, coordinators, academic coordinators from the 7 regions. Thank you so much that you invested a lot of time in preparing your regional perspectives on what does internal displacement mean in your region. But of course, our hosts, and in particular, Ashwini, Magnus Kilander, Franz and others, who were involved, and from the headquarters, the Global Campus, particularly Manuela Peguaro, also George Ulrich, and others in the Academic Affairs Committee, which is a new institution that we created and that also met on a monthly basis online and did quite a lot to bring the different regional programs, their best practices together in a common, to shape a common identity of the Global Campus of Human Rights. So I'm looking forward very much to all your presentations during this week and lively discussions, but also in-person interaction between students, professors, and others of the Global Campus of Human Rights. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you.
when you were giving your welcoming address and talking about the challenges in the different regions, it made me think about how important it is for the different masters program to be situated all around the world. But also, while the challenges are different, the human rights violations remain the same. So I think it is a good opportunity for the students, for the coordinators, and everyone to interact with each other and learn about best practices on how to overcome these challenges, though I think we're ready for overcoming them yet. So now we'll have a welcoming remark by Professor Justice Veronica Gomez, who's the president of the Global Campus.
I'm very glad that we're here together. First, our thanks to our hosts, the University of Victoria, the Chancellor Principal, who had to leave, but who's always been supportive of the work of the Center for Human Rights at the University of Victoria and the Global Campus of Human Rights. So thanks very much to the Chancellor. Thank you, Franz Bloom, this force, humanistic force behind this project. Thanks to Christoph Heinz, that is not with us anymore, but whose idea about human rights education and about making Africa present in this project of regional human rights education, global human rights education, make it possible that we're here today. And thanks very much to Ashwani, to Magnus Kilander, to all of those who have organized this meeting, and of course, thanks to those working at headquarters of the Global Campus in Venice. Is, as our Secretary General said, a very emotional moment for us, because it's our first in-person meeting after a long break that started after our meeting in December 2019 in Pretoria, and then we had the pandemic, but it's been a challenging time that has also showed us how resilient we are as an alliance. As our Secretary General said, we are an alliance of 100 universities around the world, organized in 7 regional programs, distributed all around the world, with a big dream of also being present in other regions of the world that we feel need to strengthen human rights education. We're working on that, on establishing our presence in other parts of the world. But mostly we live and breathe through the 7 regional programs in Europe, in the Balkans, in the Caucasus, in Asia Pacific, in Africa, and in Latin America and the Caribbean, in the Arab world. And, we've learned lots of lessons about how to continue and further human rights education, also through other means, through technology. And we've learned a lot about our own resilience through conflict, through disaster, through economic bad circumstances, through many circumstances that we went through during the last 2 years, and that were explained very well by our Secretary General. The first global classroom was held in 2013. So we're getting close to a decade of global classrooms. The first one was held in Venice. The first few global classrooms were held in Venice, and then we started taking the global classroom to the regional programs. Our first global classroom outside Venice was in Bangkok. And we learned a lot about how to enrich this experience by taking it all over the world to the different regional programs. And I think that with this global classroom in Victoria, we complete a cycle of global classrooms around the world. Two of them, not only the one held, organized by the other world, but also the one organized by our masters in Sarajevo, the ERMA master that was also online. Two of those were online, but also with the spirit of trying to bring together a community of students around the world. It's a beautiful experience. Enjoy it. It's an opportunity to learn and to exchange, but also it's an opportunity for networking, which is one of the main takeaways from being a part of the global campus. And once you're part of the global campus as a student, then you continue to be part of the global campus as an alumni. And you take with you not only what you learn, but also the people you met. And not only the people you met from your countries and from your own region, but from other regions in the world. Some of us were making reference to a personal experience of having met colleagues before, having worked with them. Well, you will work with these people you're meeting during this week again throughout your career. You will meet them not only if you work for an international organization, you also meet them if you work as a state official, because we are in an interconnected world, and we states also learn from each other in terms of best practices. And you'll also be connected with them if you work for civil society or for academia, because that's increasingly how we carry out our work. We do believe in education for human rights. We believe in the transformative power of education. We believe in how it can transform state institutions, how education can transform attitudes from states, but also from societies. And what a time to have this role, a time of change, time of cultural wars, some of them fabricated, some of them a natural progression of how we see things, how we're reasoning our position vis-a-vis other people, vis-a-vis other cultures, vis-a-vis other groups. What a time to study human rights, and also to find ways of redefining new paradigms in a way in which we can protect the most fundamental values of human rights, and at the same time really take them into the 21st century in an intercultural way, intergenerational way, interdisciplinary way. This is what we're trying to do with you, together. I think, as has been mentioned, that the topic of this global classroom is very important. Human mobility has always had an important role in the history of humanity, in our understanding of international law and domestic law. And in particular, the case of internal displacement is relevant to all regions of the world and to all jurisdictions. And we're very honored to have with us the UN rapporteur, Cecilia Jimenez, that is here, We're all eager to listen to her, to share with her, to take advantage of her presence during this week with us, to learn from her. She's coming to the end of her mandate, so I think that she has more experiences than ever and a lot of joy in sharing what she knows and also to listen. So I think that it will be a very productive moment and a very special moment to talk about this when we are confronted with conflict, with high-risk forms of conflict, and many other challenges. So none of this would be possible without the support of our main funder, the European Union, that is here represented, and we're about to hear from them as well. We were very conscious of the importance of this support, of the importance that states from the international community understand the crucial role that human rights and international law have in our world today. And the fact that supporting human rights education worldwide would make for active, informed citizenship. The sort of active, informed citizenship that will make possible peace, prosperity, rule of law, and values that protect human dignity. And therefore, again, we're very happy that we're joined by the European Union in this endeavor, and also by other funders, such as Right Livelihood Foundation, and by our own universities around the world that are also co-sponsors and co-funders of the project of the Global Campus. So thank you very much for coming to Pretoria. Thank you again to our hosts. And let's take this opportunity this week to learn from each other, to enjoy, take advantage of the presence of the rapporteur, and to build these relationships that we're going to take with us for the rest of our professional careers in the protection of human rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Veronica. To pick up from where you ended about funders being very important, I think we were all very excited to travel, to come to Pretoria, to be staying here, but none of it would have been possible if there was no funding, because I'm sure our students, very few of us can afford that. So we have Mr. Inigo Fibra to speak to us on behalf of the EU delegation in Pretoria to tell us why exactly they're interested in funding us all to be here.
Well, thank you all. I will just say a few words on behalf of the European Union delegation. First of all, thank you very much, Professor Ferriun and all colleagues at the Center for Human Rights at the University of Pretoria for inviting the European Union delegation to say a few words on the occasion of the opening of this year's Global Classroom. The European Union proudly supports the Global Campus of Human Rights and 7 regional programs. It is wonderful to see students from all over the world together to discuss in the framework of this Global Classroom. The management of the Global Campus of Human Rights has chosen a most relevant topic this year. Less than 2 weeks ago, the International Displacement Monitoring Center, which is the authority on international displacement, published its most recent annual report. According to this global report on international displacement, the number of international displaced persons, IDPs, has never been as high as it was last year. More than 59 million people were internally displaced in 2021. And this figure doesn't even yet include the people displaced in Ukraine as a result of the Russian aggressions against Ukraine. This has resulted in an additional 7 million IDPs in Ukraine. We were just speaking with some colleagues, and students haven't been able to come to South Africa because of the war in Ukraine. So it's something that is affecting us all. It is easy to hide behind numbers, and the higher the number, the more abstract an issue becomes. Therefore, we must remind ourselves that this are more than 15 million lives that are uprooted, livelihoods that are interrupted and often completely destroyed. Among the 59 million IDPs, 25 million are children under the age of 18. These are the most vulnerable, often displaced without parents and at extreme risk of being rejected and suffering abuse, including gender-based violence. The mental health and well-being of these children is also at high risk, with many of them having suffered extreme trauma. The European Union tries to support IDPs through a variety of actions. Our Directorate General for European Civil Protection and Humanitarian Aid Operation, or ECHO, as it is widely known, works around the globe to support IDPs, just like we support refugees. But intervening after people have been displaced and after suffering has been incurred is always only the second best solution. We must, as much as possible, avoid suffering, and this means striving to prevent internal displacement whenever and wherever is possible. Some displacement is due to natural disasters. Not all of this can be avoided, but the consequences can be mitigated. It is in this period that ECHO is holding a regional disaster preparedness conference in Johannesburg next month. The relentless series of cyclones hitting Mozambique this season and the devastating floods that have cost more than 400 lives in the KwaZulu-Natal province, not very far from where we stand, have shown once more that urgent action is needed to prepare for disasters. However, most of international displacement is due to conflicts, and this is where it is maybe not necessarily easier, but maybe more obvious how to engage to prevent a situation from deteriorating and causing displacement. But let me just say a few words on human rights. In the last decades, human rights have been constantly undermined. In many countries, economic crises have exacerbated inequality and the social divide and endangered many basic human rights. Security threats, lack of accountability, and widespread corruption have all undermined fragile institutions and have caused many citizens to lose faith in democracy. Coups in some countries and the hollowing out of democratic institutions in many more have led to a deterioration of the state of democracy around the world. Human rights violations and increasing inequality can lead to conflict, and conflict can eventually lead to displacement. Hence, human rights work, which all of you who have come here for the Global Classroom 2022 have signed up for, can ultimately contribute for reducing international displacement. The European Union is committed to fight against all human rights violations and abuses, and we invest in the protection and promotion of human rights. The Global European Action Plan on Human Rights and Democracy 2020-2024 is a reflection of how the European Union sees the current landscape for human rights and how we aim to make sure that the European Union plays a greater role in promoting and defending human rights and democracy, given today's world new challenges. As scholars of human rights and democracy, you probably know already the European Union's Global Action Plan by heart. But just in case, let me repeat the 5 priorities anyway. First, protecting and empowering individuals. Second, building resilient, inclusive, and democratic societies. Third, promoting a global system for human rights and democracy. Fourth, new technologies. Fifth, delivering by working together. And working together is exactly what you will be doing this week. You will bring reflections and insights from all corners of the world to this global classroom. You will hear from experts and decide what convinces you, what inspires you, and what positions you want to challenge. All of this in the aim of promoting and strengthening a global system for human rights and democracy. for the benefit of us all, including those who should not become a victim of international displacement in the future. The European Union is proud to be associated with this important program, and we wish you an inspiring and productive Global Classroom 2022. Many thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Inigo. So we'll go back with the 5 core values of the EU. We'll remember them at the end of Thursday. We'll ask that question. And thank you very much for the EU for the continued support to the Global Campus and to different master's programs. So this brings us to an end of the welcoming ceremony. We have a tea break from 10:30 to 11. Please be back by 11. So all meals are going to be served where you had breakfast. Bathrooms are around the corner, so if you go out or if you go outside. One more thing is, if you have any objection for us to use your pictures or for the Global Campus to use your pictures on all the media platforms, please come and tell me, or you can tell the photographer who's there, you can raise your hand so that we can flag you out and we do not post you in our platforms, and we don't use you in any brochure for promotional purposes. But apart from that, welcome to Pretoria. I'm sure it's going to be one interesting week. Our students are also here, so if you need advice on where to go in the evenings to just chill, you can ask them. I'm sure they know the ins and outs, right? All right, yeah, Jonas is raising his hand, so there they are. Some of them are there. But I really like the networking part is very important, because one day you'll be working on something and then you're like, oh, I know someone from DRC, let me contact them. So please use this opportunity to network, and that happens with the team. So we'll see you back at 11.
Yes. Essentially.
Welcome back, everybody. So we are now going into the session that I'm sure before coming we were all interested and excited to be part of. I would also like to welcome our online participants because, as was mentioned in the welcoming speech, many could not travel because of visa issues and other related issues. So I really welcome you all once again and thank you for being with us, even if you're not here physically. I know it might be a bit difficult to follow throughout because you're not here in person and you're missing out on the networking bit, but you will gain on the knowledge bit definitely. So now we have the keynote speech from Ms. Cecilia Jimenez Damari, who is the Special Rapporteur on the Human Rights of Internally Displaced Persons. So Ms. Cecilia Jimenez Damari, who is from Philippines, was appointed Special Rapporteur on the Human Rights of Internally Displaced Persons by the Human Rights Council in September 2016 and assumed the mandate on 1 November 2016. I think it was either Prof. Veronica or Prof. Manfred earlier who mentioned that she has been in this position for a long time. So she has a lot of experience and knows the ins and outs of the issue. So I'm sure we'll benefit a lot from what she's going to offer today. So Ms. Jimenez Damari is a lawyer in human rights and international law, specialized in forced migration and displacement. She has over 3 decades. Some of us might not even be 3 decades old, right? She has over 3 decades of experience in NGO human rights advocacy for the Asia Pacific region and teaching experience as an adjunct professor of international human rights and humanitarian law. So even if she's from the Asia Pacific region, I'm sure as the special rapporteur, she'll have insights from different regions of the world. Ms. Jimenez Damari previously acted as senior legal advisor and trainer with the International Displacement Monitoring Center of the Norwegian Refugee Council in Geneva, as the national director of the IDP project of the Commission on Human Rights of the Philippines, and as the government representative to the Philippines Transitional Justice and Reconciliation Commission for Bangsamoro. So you can see she comes with vast experiences. She has worked with the government, she has worked with the NGO, and now she is working with the UN. So I'm sure there will be like a multi-layer experience that she will be sharing with us all. Ms. Jimenez Damari holds an LLM in Public International Law from King's College, UK, an MDC in International Organizations, MBA from the University of Geneva, Switzerland, an LLB from Ateneo de Manila, Philippines, and a BSc in Foreign Service from the University of Philippines. And she was admitted to the Integrated Bar of the Philippines in 1990. Ms. Cecilia Jimenez Damari, it's really a pleasure to have you here with us. Manfred mentioned yesterday that we were at a dinner, and I'm here introducing, hello, Ms. Cecilia Jimenez Damari. She's like, just call me Cecilia. This shows you, and I'm sure when you will be interacting with her, you will see her as a very open person, ready to share her experiences in the field and as the human special rapporteur. Thank you for being the humble person that you are. I hand over to you now.
Oh, you. Thank you. Hello, everybody, and hello to everybody who's here and to those who are online. We can't really see you, but we know you're there. It's really with extreme delight. Thank you so much, Ashwani, for the very kind introduction. I'm really delighted to join you today as the UN Special Rapporteur on the Human Rights of Internally Displaced Persons, or IDPs. It's a long title, so that's the last time I'm going to say it to you. Engaging with students and researchers of the academe has always been a priority in my term as the mandate holder for IDPs, in the hope that the situation of internally displaced persons can be more discussed in the public spaces and be a subject of good governance all over the world. The outcomes that sound research can provide to public policy makers and to the general public at large with empirical data and analysis are essential for the application of human rights of IDPs. So thank you again to those who are here, who are going to be presenting researches, and of course to those who are online. Your presence is much appreciated, and I look forward to interacting more with you throughout the week. For this opportunity, I would like to thank the Global Campus of Human Rights for their kind invitation and the University of Pretoria for the warm hospitality and welcome. It's a bit overwhelming, actually, the welcome that's been given. And this invitation comes at the cost of my 6-year term as UN Special Rapporteur. I have just 5 more months to go, which I'm looking forward to because I would like to get my life back. But for now, this is such a treat amongst my other continuing commitments in my dialogues with UN member states, mainstream human rights into the UN system, and engage with civil society, and for this week with you. It is also so much pleasure for me to meet old friends again and meet new ones. And as has been discussed, solidarity and learning from each other, it enables us all to be stronger together. Now, as scholars and researchers, you would have come across the worlds of refugees and migrants. They're all over in the newspapers mostly. And this is an approach that is mirrored by international policy making and architecture. On the other hand, as the purpose of this global campus, this classroom this week, there is a group of people, quote unquote, on the move. These are internally displaced persons. And they are unfortunately often left out of the equation of the migration spectrum. While much attention has been given to the opportunities and challenges in internal displacement, in the past years, and now the new appointment of a special advisor of to the UN Secretary General on solutions for internal displacement, we still need to continuously step up our narrative, not only on the human rights and needs of IDPs, but also in relation to prevention of arbitrary displacement and their participation in decisions affecting them. In fact, in 2018, the 20th anniversary of the Guiding Principles on Internal Displacement, which Manfred had already mentioned, I convened with Austria, Honduras, and Uganda the GP20 Plan of Action, which served as a platform for states, UN agencies, and civil society to discuss the main issues surrounding internally displaced persons based on sound human rights and IHL normative standards provided by the Guiding Principles. The 3-year GP20 Plan of Action was capped by the publication of the best national practices on protection of IDPs, which remain a principal reference now for practitioners and academics alike. So I invite you to look at it. It's in the internet. From 2020 onwards, many developments ensued, not least the establishment by the UN Secretary General of a high-level panel on internal displacement, whose report is, again, a key document for you.
However, as we also know, the challenges do remain on the ground. Most of you would probably know the 2 global compacts adopted by UN member states in 2018. On the other hand, bringing visibility to the continuum of displacement from internal to cross-border and vice versa, and emphasizing the need for a continuum of protection, human rights, and solutions for all those forcibly displaced. This is part of the big picture. Some of you, I am sure, witnessed internal displacement in your countries. Who amongst you have IDPs in your own countries? Can I have a show of hands? I should also raise my hand. Excellent. In that way that you know what we are talking about in terms of governance in your own countries. And some of you may even work in it. While I was in Morocco, interestingly, for the 2018 Global Compact on migration, I was actually privileged to have been hosted by Christian churches who were assisting migrants in Marrakesh. Many of these migrants were from the sub-Saharan Africa and were passing through Marrakesh in hopes of being able to cross the sea. One woman told me she had fled war from her country and was separated from her family. A man informed me he had to leave behind his family, hiding in the forest because of violence, but that the family had been able to seek safety in another country. Most of these stories are actually similar, but undocumented. The anecdotal evidence that we are seeing coming out is that there is a firm correlation between internal displacement, forced internal displacement, and migration to migration externally and refugee situations in, abroad. I would call this a complete spectrum of mobility from internal to external displacement, and that needs more quality and quantitative evidence and analysis from the human rights point of view. Meanwhile, the latest figures coming out from the Internal Displacement Monitoring Center for the end of 2021 on the numbers of IDPs haven't let up. They have grown again. These have already been reiterated, but stated, but I would like to reiterate it. At the end of 2021, there remained 59.1 million IDPs accumulated over time, and 53.2 of those who remain IDPs had actually fled from conflict and violence, while 5.9 million were from disasters, including those related to climate change. During 2021, there were a total of new internally displaced during the year, 38 million, of which 23.7 were from disasters and the other 14.4 million from conflict or violence. So you will see there is some kind of unevenness in the figures, whereby although we have many more IDPs displaced during the year of 2021, that's 23.7, and the others is 14.4 million from conflict or violence. However, those who remain IDPs at the end of the year are because they have fled from conflict and violence. So this means qualitatively that there is definitely a problem with regard to what we would call their protracted displacement. I would also like to inform you that the figure of the number of IDPs, as the representative of the EU mentioned, which is 59 at the end of 2021, the biggest so far do not include IDPs because of the conflict in Ukraine. And that has recently risen to 8 million IDPs this month, which triggered me to issue a press release with other mandate holders concerning the situation of IDPs in Ukraine. Beyond the numbers, there is actually an increasing rise in gravity and intensity of internal displacement situations worldwide. The number of IDPs indicate the urgent need for states and the international community to dedicate increased efforts to prevent arbitrary displacement. Moreover, amid the increasingly complex nature of armed conflicts and generalized violence, it has actually become harder to enhance compliance with international humanitarian law and human rights. Just last week, I participated in a webinar hosted by Ireland with regard to the promotion of the political declaration in New York for the elimination of explosive weapons in populated areas. It was very clear from that webinar with other speakers that the problem is really with regard to how do we prevent conflict from rising and exploring the problems that actually come up from internal displacement. Unfortunately, political solutions have become more elusive and displacement increasingly prevalent and protracted. Situations of conflict and violence can also be compounded by disasters as drivers of displacement, and since 2022 by the COVID-19 pandemic and its far-reaching effects. Unfortunately, the call of the UN Secretary General in 2020 for a total ceasefire had gone totally unheeded. And this therefore is a problem with regard to the political will and political solutions. Now, the majority of those recorded displaced by armed conflict and violence remain in protracted displacement, as I mentioned. What does that mean? That means there are no durable solutions in sight for them to return, to reintegrate, or to settle elsewhere. And this is for an average of 20 years. That's one generation at least, growing up on the average in internal displacement situations. This means that generations of IDP children are growing up in displacement with their education, right to education, negatively impacted. Disasters, particularly sudden onset natural hazards, are also known to cause multiple displacements, while slow onset disasters have started to cause internal displacement from areas that will become inhabitable. I understand that there are some researches on climate change and natural disasters, so I really look forward to see that the difference in your findings or in your proposals with regard to sudden onset and slow onset. In addition, unknown number of people are displaced by development projects. This is something that you are not researching on. Development projects, land grabbing, human rights violations such as illegal evictions, which I actually encounter a lot. I also would like to bring to your attention development-induced displacement, which no one is systematically monitoring. All over the world, we receive cases and situations where people are being forced to leave their homes because of public and private projects, and the building of highways, even conservation and forest rehabilitation, evictions, hydroelectric projects, mining projects, etc. This is a much needed field of research, field of study. And meanwhile, the deafening silence on this issue by both governments, the UN, and the UN has actually motivated me to dedicate half of my upcoming report to the UN General Assembly to development-induced displacement. A very sensitive issue, yes, but that is my last report, so that's okay. Over the years, while the numbers keep on rising, the protection issues and assistance needs are becoming more grave and urgent. And so for the protection and assistance to IDPs, the direct and primary responsibility remains firmly and rightly with the states themselves. The states, through the governments, also have the primary responsibility for the prevention of arbitrary displacement, to protect IDPs and to find solutions in accordance with international law standards. This important premise is founded on the principle of sovereignty as responsibility, which is embodied in the UN Charter and reiterated in various international instruments, among which is the guiding principles on internal displacement adopted by the UN in 1998. The role of international agencies, and I think this was mentioned earlier, and other actors such as civil society and humanitarian organizations to protect and assist IDPs is, on the other hand, complementary, and they have the right to offer protection and assistance to states. And under international law and practice, states are actually prohibited to refuse such offers on an arbitrary basis. Unfortunately, it's more the rule, the refusal is more the rule than the exception. We need to turn the tide around. So what makes IDPs different from refugees and migrants? Bearing in mind, there are different groups of persons who consist of a wide spectrum of mobility, and that such mobility is a feature of human civilization from prehistoric times to the present. Very basic, let me give you the descriptive definition of IDPs. And I know that all of you, especially the researchers on this, already have this at heart. But now, if I was very, very naughty, I would ask you to repeat after me, but I won't do that. Okay, so what is the descriptive definition of IDPs and the guiding principles? There are persons or groups of persons who have been forced or obliged to flee or leave their homes or places of habitual residence, in particular as a result of or to avoid the effects of armed conflict, situations of generalized violence, violations of human rights, or natural or human-made disasters, and who have not crossed an internationally recognized border. Thus, the definition provides a very distinct understanding of non-voluntariness of mobility on the part of the displaced. It also provides probable causes as well as territorial application. Moreover, it must be stressed that being an IDP does not confer a specific legal status contrary to that bestowed to refugees under the International Convention on Refugees. So for IDPs, IDPs enjoy the same rights as any citizens or nationals or resident foreigners of the country of displacement. The purpose of highlighting the situation of IDPs and working to enhance their protection is not to privilege IDPs over other groups. No. In fact, as I said, IDPs have the same rights as others in their countries. However, because of forced displacement, they often experience many of the same risks as other civilians caught in conflict, yes, who are also in need of protection. However, that internal displacement creates heightened as well as distinct human rights risks for the reason they are forcibly displaced. So when I was making my report on the rights of internally displaced children, it was very necessary for me to explain to UNICEF that yes, they have their main policies on children in general, but with regard to IDP children, these are more at risk than the general population of children. These particular risks for human rights need to be understood and addressed so that the rights of IDPs are protected along those of non-displaced civilians. A human rights-based approach to internal displacement is therefore needed to shift the discourse of national sovereignty to state responsibility on human rights law obligations. I would love to see some research on that theory, maybe amongst you. As a consequence, we must ensure that attention to the protection of IDPs is placed firmly in the context of state national responsibility, but also in the continuum of mobility of the persons themselves. Data have shown that some internally displaced persons are motivated and able to cross borders to become migrants, refugees, and asylum seekers, as I mentioned. On the other hand, refugees, migrants, and those in exile from their homeland may be able to return to their country, to their home countries, only to find themselves in secondary displacement. Given the current situation, there are growing challenges for prevention, protection, and solutions that dictate the need to push for international support for national responsibility for the human rights of IDPs. This is the reason that side by side with the developments for enhancement of protection of refugees and migrants, we need to step up efforts, and they are being stepped up with regard to IDPs, which I will later describe as opportunities. In this context, in our conversation today, I would like to focus on three important aspects strategies, which have actually been the subject of my General Assembly reports to the UN. First is prevention, second is climate change, and the third is IDP participation. Let's go first to the importance of prevention, of conditions for displacement, and of arbitrary displacement. The augmentation of the number of IDPs, the increasing gravity of protection and assistance issues, and this was mentioned by the EU representative himself, and the growing pressure on protection and humanitarian aid on states and the international community have made it clear that more needs to be done to prevent crisis and address the root causes and triggers of displacement. Preventing arbitrary displacement, mind you, in line with international standards of human rights and IHL, is a primary responsibility of states. I have to reiterate that. And it is their responsibility to protect the population from the harms associated with displacement. Preventing arbitrary displacement, however, is also in the interest of states, as it can avoid fragmentation of social cohesion and be less costly and easier in governance than responding to the human rights implications of displacement once that displacement has occurred. I would like to emphasize, however, that liberty of movement and freedom to choose one's residence are rights protected under international human rights law, and that displacement itself can have a protective nature and prevent other harms and human rights violations, particularly in situations where people have to leave their homes or residences in search of safety and security. It is also important to recognize the dangerous situation of persons trapped in conflict zones like the ones in Ukraine, who must be allowed and enabled to leave the area. Therefore, preventive measures must focus on addressing the conditions that lead to displacement and on protecting people from being forced to leave their homes in line with law, and must not hinder civilians from seeking safety or aim to prevent human mobility. In my dialogue with member states in the UN General Assembly, I had to reiterate that again. Now, taking measures to prevent crisis and conflict are essential to prevent these conditions leading to displacement. Such important measures are actually very wide in scope and to prevent a range of human rights violations. There are also key measures that states can adopt to prevent arbitrary displacement, and which is the focus of my GA report. This includes ratifying relevant treaties on international humanitarian and human rights law, and implementing them, of course, and at the regional level, the Kampala Convention here in Africa, and taking measures, of course, that those obligations are actually impact at the domestic level. Laws and policies, IDP laws and policies have been a priority of my mandate. They relate, those IDP laws and policies relating to the protection of IDPs need to ensure an appropriate response to internal displacement before it occurs and when it occurs, so as to prevent multiple or secondary displacements. Amending any laws and policies that have a discriminatory effect on IDPs in the exercise of their rights, like documentation, right to education, right to housing, etc. Because these violations actually perpetuate displacement. This amendment of laws is really essential in this respect, and it needs to be done with the human rights perspective. Contrary to common misconception, prevention is not relevant only before displacement occurs. It is also relevant to all phases of displacement. Incorporating a preventive approach in the response to displacement provides further displacement. Humanitarian assistance and protection measures, for example, while usually they address the immediate needs of IDPs, they actually also prevent secondary displacement by creating conditions for people to stay in safety and dignity in an area pending a solution to their displacement. States must therefore guarantee and facilitate conditions for effective and safe humanitarian access by both international and local actors by providing them these assistance to those in need. Moreover, preventive perspective is also important in durable solutions and development processes, which must be designed and implemented in respect for human rights in order to prevent recurrence of displacement. Unfortunately, most states that have IDP camps, for example, would like to have durable solutions, quote unquote, by arbitrarily closing camps. And so I have seen in many countries that where there have been forcible, arbitrary closure of camps, in the end of the day, the IDPs have to leave those camps, cannot go back to their communities of origin, and are not able to find any solution. And they are therefore in secondary displacement with an additional risk of human rights violations that they experience, and they're not recognized as IDPs anymore. And this is where political interests determine government policies that favor one type of solution to internal displacement over another. Authorities pushing through plans that might not meet the required human rights standards. Return, relocation, and resettlement processes that do not meet human rights standards may amount, therefore, to arbitrary displacement. If any of you are working on durable solutions for IDPs and are using the Interagency Standing Committee framework on durable solutions for IDPs, you will see that the criteria, the 8 criteria that are listed in that framework are all human rights standards. Right to safety and security, right to housing, land and property, right to political participation, documentation, etc., etc. And if these standards are not met, internally displaced persons then usually go through secondary displacement. And any temporary accommodations actually where they are, are actually expose them to risk of further displacement and evictions. In post-conflict settings, peace processes that include displacement issues and the participation of IDPs in affected communities play a very fundamental role in resolving internal displacement and preventing its recurrence. Furthermore, transitional justice can help prevent further displacement by ensuring accountability for acts that have led to displacement. For those of you who may be interested in the links between transitional justice and internal displacement, my General Assembly report in 2017 focuses on this thing. My conclusion, whichever, is that a preventive approach to arbitrary displacement cannot be disconnected from a human rights-based approach. Human rights violations are usually causes and consequences of arbitrary displacement. As such, human rights monitoring by entities, including civil society, constitutes an effective early warning mechanism, and realizing human rights is the main path to preventing crisis and related to displacement. This is why I work very hard with the different commissions on human rights in the world in order that they can integrate IDPs, protection and human rights into their programs. And Sima Simar, who will be one of your online experts, I think tomorrow, was actually the chair of the Afghan Commission on Human Rights, and she will be, and I hope that she will be talking about how the Afghan Independent Commission had actually responded on this. Unfortunately, you may know that that independent commission had just been abolished by the Taliban just last week. So I would like to say that the international community has been devoting increasing attention to prevention of crisis and consequences. I think the Vice Chancellor had mentioned the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, which is actually grounded in human rights. It recognizes the interdependence of peace, security, and sustainable development, and the need to redouble efforts to resolve and prevent conflict. Prevention, therefore, is a key challenge. From preventing arbitrary displacement to addressing the root causes directly or indirectly, and by reducing risks of disasters and providing solutions to current situations through durable solutions, and by preventing its recurrence. So please look at my general report in 2020, which had elicited a lot of interest among the UN states because of its connection to the efforts being done at the Security Council. Second is the reality of climate change emergency linked to internal displacement, which I think half of you are looking at. This is a topical theme given the important decisions just taken by the COP26 in Glasgow last year. And in fact, my mandate has been very much preoccupied with the effects of climate change, both sudden onset and slow onset hazards resulting in disasters. Human mobility linked to the adverse effects of climate change, including displacement, is expected to increase significantly over the coming years and decades. Millions of people will continuously be displaced by natural disasters, and more, most of those disasters will be linked to the climate change emergency. The impacts of displacement by climate change on the enjoyment of human rights are extensive, affecting people's rights to freedom of movement, housing, food, water, and sanitation, healthcare and education, as well as cultural and religious rights, among others. So 2 years ago, in 2020, I presented the groundbreaking report to the GA on the links of internal displacement and slow onset adverse effects of climate change. Why did I focus on that? Because there was hardly any discussion on the so-called less dramatic effects of climate change, but that over time have tremendous effects, including displacement on the daily lives and futures of affected populations. I actually visited the community where over 1 decade, the water has been coming up and they had to leave, and this was in 10 years, and they wanted to stay, but of course, when the water came up to their knees, everybody had to leave, and in order to say goodbye to their community, they actually had mass, Christian mass, in their roads. So before they leave. And this was after 10 years. So slow onset adverse effects of climate change is definitely a reality. Human mobility in the context of slow onset processes can take many forms, including displacement, migration, planned relocation. And in most cases, this is the interesting thing about this, is that movement is not entirely voluntary or forced, but rather falls somewhere on the continuum between the two, with many different degrees of voluntariness and constraint. So you may ask me, well, are they forced or not? Because if they're not forced, they're not IDPs. If they are forced, then okay, they're IDPs. And in fact, in many cases, movement can be an effective adaptation strategy and prevent arbitrary displacement in the future. People are displaced when they are obliged to leave, and this is my assertion in my report, they are IDPs because they can no longer adapt to the changing climate effects in their communities. They have no option other than to leave when, for example, an area has become uninhabitable or too dangerous for human habitation. Many of the states in the Pacific are actually in accordance with my assertion, but of course there are other states who do not agree with that. Unfortunately, too slow onset processes can also compound other displacement drivers, such as intercommunal tensions, violence, and armed conflict. The intersecting risk of climate change and armed conflict heighten the vulnerability of people in communities and actually undermine their adaptive capacity, including their risk of displacement. So internal displacement in the context of slow onset processes poses particular challenges and needs increased attention. Never mind if it's not really dramatic. In the end of the day, they have dramatic effects on the people themselves. While climate change is global, its adverse effects and related mobility affect people differently. Communities living in certain areas, such as low-lying coastal areas, small island states, Arctic ecosystems, are more exposed to these types of events and therefore higher risk of disaster displacement. People whose livelihoods are heavily dependent on ecosystems, such as indigenous peoples, farmers, herders, pastoralists, and fisherfolk, are more affected directly and again at higher risk of displacement and all the human rights implications that implies. Slow processes, slow onset events, processes, and related displacement also intersect with gender, age, ethnicity, socioeconomic status, cultural background, and disability, resulting in differentiated impacts on different groups and exacerbating pre-existing inequalities, human rights vulnerability, and human rights vulnerabilities. The COVID-19 crisis has increased that vulnerability of communities to natural hazards, while climate change increases the frequency and intensity of natural hazards, together resulting in a higher risk of disaster and displacement. I'm a member of the advisory group on the platform for disaster displacement, a founding member actually. And when the PDD, which was then called the Nansen Initiative on Disaster Displacement, was founded many years ago, people were saying, you don't need to work on this aspect. I wasn't yet the special rapporteur then. But it was also already very clear, and the motivation was being pushed by a lot of the countries themselves, while most of the other countries are saying, you don't need this. But now it's very clear that the platform for disaster displacement is much needed, not only because of internal displacement, but also because of cross displacement. And this is where the discussion of climate change refugees have been coming up, and humanitarian visas and all that. Of course, that's not really part of my mandate, but I have to say again about the continuum or the spectrum of mobility. So at the end of the day, climate action and the justice efforts that need to go hand in hand with it have to be undertaken in respect of human rights as essential to prevention, protection, and solutions for internal displacement. And this is not only with regard to justice, of course, but with regard also to administrative measures that the governments have to implement, like disaster risk reduction, preparedness, and climate change adaptation. At the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, especially the young ones, climate action cannot wait longer. This is one reason why we, the Interagency Standing Committee, issued a collective statement last year where we urge governments to take certain measures, among which are ensure a focus on the most vulnerable and marginalized people in crisis, with a particular focus on women, youth, internally displaced persons, and refugees. The third and the last issue I would like to converse with you on or discuss with you is the essentiality of participation of internally displaced persons. States must ensure the participation of affected populations in decision-making, obtain their free, prior, and informed consent, ensure transparency and access to information, equality and non-discrimination, accountability, access to effective remedies. These are all human rights. So when I presented my first report to the UNGA, upon the assumption of my mandate, and this was a report I presented in 2017, it had taken people by surprise because we're also focused on top-down mentality of how we can provide humanitarian assistance, development, understand the human rights of IDPs. But where are the IDPs in all these discussions? Fortunately, that report garnered immediate support from the international community. IOM immediately contacted me and said, how can we improve our programming so that the IDP protection that they're doing is not just a tick in the box, etc. And that was followed by others. Unfortunately, much still does remain to be done at policy, programmatic, and operation levels in responding to prevention, protection, and global solutions. And lately, in a women leadership webinar on the situation of forcibly displaced persons, and I was involved in that webinar, one IDP woman strongly put forward the narratives on their plight and said, yes, it's important that you hear our story, what we have gone through, how you can help us, how we can help you help us, etc., etc. But while important, those narratives on their human rights guarantees or lack thereof should be elevated to their very involvement in and genuine participation in the leadership and in decision-making of their present and their futures. This is for me essential. Let me add at this point also the importance of IDP participation in your research. I hope that is there, not only as subjects, but also as end users. One of the most interesting research I have advised on and I have come across was a conflict research that was done over 3 years, conducted on the interplay between conflict and natural disasters on internal displacement of indigenous peoples in the Philippines. The researcher not only gathered her data and evidence from the IDPs themselves and in their place of displacement, in their communities, so she came back and forth between London and the Philippines. And she was able to publish her PhD. And after the publication of her research, she also undertook 2 important research activities. She made formal presentations of the findings of her academic research to the government and civil society interlocutors in Davao City and in Manila. And secondly, and this was like the chapeau, conducted a workshop with the indigenous peoples, IDPs themselves, on how those findings can be of use to their advocacy for their rights as IDPs. And I thought that was brilliant. Indeed, it's important for us to acknowledge the great agency of IDP groups, as well as host communities and how we can support them. In many contexts, they displayed remarkable strength, resourcefulness, and resilience in the face of disasters and displacement. Despite the challenges, barriers, and discrimination they face, they exercise and they can exercise their political agency. They also have traditional knowledge and valuable perspectives that can contribute to the design of programmatic responses, disaster risk reduction strategies, and global solutions. Affected communities in all their diversity must be an integral part of response and solutions. IDP participation is a human right, and as citizens of their country, a political right of which they and usually they are disenfranchised because of their internal displacement. This year, 2022, and it's just been published on the website of the OHCHR, my final report to the UN Human Rights Council is on the participation of IDPs in electoral processes all around the world. So, dear colleagues, students, and researchers, it's clear that situations of internal displacement and of IDPs grow dire every year. Since 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated those vulnerabilities of IDPs, and actually the rate of vaccinations for persons of vulnerabilities have not been equal in access and availability. In fact, despite the pandemic, conflict and violence continue to rage in many countries, and hundreds of thousands of new IDPs have been forced to leave. Your presence and your participation in this course commit you to a path of responsibility for the task of the human rights, of the prevention of arbitrary displacement and protection of human rights of IDPs through the work that you do. And I would like, at this point, I also would like to reaffirm the universality and indivisibility, the interdependence of human rights, which I recall entailed enormous work in the 1993 World Conference on Human Rights with your Secretary General at the time. They remain key principles in the application of human rights in all times and to the most vulnerable and marginalized populations, including internally displaced persons. Lastly, during my term as Special Rapporteur, which ends on October 31, 2022, magic date for me, I have had the most amazing engagement with many committed people like you. As the first IDP mandate holder from Asia, the first woman, the first from an IDP hosting country, the first human rights activist, it continues to be a privilege to engage. And while a new mandate holder will be appointed, please do continue to interact with the mandate. And meanwhile, I look forward to learning from your research papers from you. And after this week, maybe, hopefully, our paths will cross again. As the Global Campus president had stated, take advantage of my presence this week. That's why I'm here. I can't say I would like to be taken advantage of because my husband might be listening. In any case, thank you very much for being here, for your research, for your wanting to learn and to facilitate human rights of IDPs. Thank you for listening. And from here on, I would like to listen to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Cecilia. Maybe you can have a seat since you've been standing a lot. You can keep this with you. No, but I think you have to come here to answer the questions.
I can just take them.
Okay. We'll just take a few questions. But before, I just want to reiterate what you said. I think in terms of one thing that stuck to me was the C5 or by the Secretary was not abided by. And last year, the African Union theme for the year was silencing the gun. But even like you can see, if not, like conflicts have increased on the continent. And for climate change, sometimes we think, like you mentioned, groups that are more affected than others. But I think I think it was, I can't remember, but someone mentioned the floods in KwaZulu-Natal in South Africa that happened earlier this year, but even earlier, 2 or 3 weeks ago, if I'm not mistaken. And the mayor had to be displaced. So this shows that I think people need to, I'm not saying he's more important than others, but I think people need to realize that it can affect us at any point, wherever we are. And also, as you mentioned, the three interventions from your part: prevention, participation, and climate change. But it's also important to adopt an intersectional perspective. Don't look at it from just their IDPs, but like age, gender, ethnicity, disability. I think that's very important. So thank you very much for that very enlightening keynote speech, Cecilia. So we'll take questions. Unfortunately, the room is not built for you to speak where you are so that the online audience can capture you. I will request you to come in front and ask your question. I will take 3 questions from the floor and 2 online, and then we can see where the discussion is going. Do you need a pen? Sorry? It's just that if they speak from there, those online won't hear them. Do you have any question or comments? Yes. Suggestions? Although you mentioned that it was your last report. Yes. Any question online? Manuela? No. If you can, please come. I know it's the first day, so we're still a bit shy, but let's open up. We've already had tea. We know each other more.
It's fun. We have questions for the question.
Unfortunately, but you had tea and food, so it's like walking off the food a bit.
Give the mic, this one. Actually, it's just a simple question. First, thank you, Cecilia, for this interesting presentation. It's really informative. I was working on the community conflict and working movement. Actually, I was asking about the report. Is it available online?
Yes, all the public reports.
They are on the OHCHL website.
I can give you the link, Ashwani, and then you can distribute to the.
I can do it. Can we hear me now?
Come here, please. This is the microphone.
I have one more question, but
Closer.
I'm done. Thank you, guys.
No, you said you have another question.
I have to.
It's your right to ask questions.
Thank you.
So I just want to say, if you go, you can come in the meantime. If you go to the other website of the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, and you look at mechanisms, and then they have special rapporteur. If you look at the special rapporteur on human rights of IDPs, you will have all reports there. But if you don't find it by the end of today, let me know. Or let Cecilia.
It's a bit intimidating way to ask questions like this. You were mentioning prevention in your speech of internal displacement, and also what we saw in our own research that when displacement happens, it's really hard to react to it, especially immediately. So what I wanted to ask is if there any way to share this responsibility with the state, for example, that causes this displacement through human rights, and if it can be used as a prevention tool. So if this high cost for intervention, like for example, in case of the war for the warring party, so maybe they will think and weigh in it.
Thank you. Maybe we take more. Angela, I see you have your hand up. If you can just switch on your mic, I'll let you know if we can hear you. Angela?
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Perfectly. I don't know where the camera is here.
Thank you very much, everybody. And thank you, Serge, for your presentation. It's always great to see how engaged and engaging you are. I was very pleased to see that you mentioned the role and the importance of research at the beginning of your speech, and also that you gave examples of how one can turn research into actionable advocacy. So my question is, what would you advise our students and researchers do in order to follow up on their research and turn it into advocacy measures? Do you suggest any avenues that they can use to present their research, to connect and interact with communities, for example, or with the international community? Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. Farouk, I see your hand is up.
Yeah, greetings. This is my question. With reference to issues of internal displaced persons, what role at the international level, especially with the special rapporteur for United Nations, what role
Farouk, sorry, we can't hear you properly. If you can type the question, I will just.
Okay, I'll type the question.
Thank you. Any other question from the room? I think they are more confident because they know how to come in front, yeah? Yusra, do you mind, please? We'll go for lunch. You'll have energy again. So if you have a question, you can start lining up already.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for this very interesting presentation. You have mentioned the importance of climate change as a factor for displacement. At the same time, it is very difficult to recognize these causality effects and therefore to actually have legal measures. So my question is, beyond the assistance to vulnerable people that have been displaced for climate change reasons, how can we actually assess this causality effect? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yusra. Yes, Manfred.
Yeah, also from my side.
We have a gentleman dinner.
Many thanks. You mentioned that I think your first report was about development induced. The last report, yeah. Development induced IDs. And my question is to what extent, because there we are talking with the large dams and whatever we are talking about, quite a considerable number of people. And if you look at all the different statistics, they only always differentiate between on the one hand violence and conflict, and the other one is natural disasters. Development induced doesn't feel actually fit in any of those two tables. So where do we find the numbers if we look at the World Bank reports, etc.? And I think it's an important aspect when we were discussing the definition of IDPs in the guiding principles. This was an important issue as well. And that's my second question. Do you feel the guiding principles still have the same authority in relation to governments as they had immediately after they were adopted? There was a lot of kind of support to the principles.
Thank you. I have a question online, and then I have a question for myself, if I can just proceed with it. I'm just thinking, to what extent do you take gentrification into account in the reports? I was watching a show on Netflix, Gentrified, and I think that it's a development-induced displacement, which I think many of us don't think really about. One of our students wrote about it last year, and it was quite interesting. Can I see?
Thank you.
It's a big line. We'll take him and then we'll answer it.
And then this is online.
Yes.
Okay, I'll make my question short. My question is, in what ways do you think technologies can both assist and potentially harm migrants? Thank you.
Thank you for keeping it short.
Stamatis. Hi, thank you. You said that IDPs are the invisible ones, but they're also invisible within the invisible. I remember reading from Internal Displacement Monitoring Center that we lack data, for example, for LGBT people. I was wondering if there are other communities or group of people that remain invisible within the invisible.
Thank you very much. The last question, and then we'll come back to Cecilia. What is the mandate of the special rapporteur in seeing the successful creation of domestic legal instruments protecting IDPs in every state in the world? Wow, that's like a report in itself. But maybe we can respond to these questions and see where the discussion goes. Okay.
Shall I just use? Okay, if you're comfortable. All right, well, thank you very much. I mean, I guess that means you were listening. Prevention, first question. That was quite interesting because of the sharing of responsibility when it comes to areas where it's really important to share responsibility for protection. You know, this is why the UN Security Council, that is what the UN Security Council is supposed to be doing, that sharing of responsibility. But let's not kid ourselves that with regard to the inability of the UN Security Council to unfortunately not to respond where they shared responsibility for prevention of conflict and war. It's not just Ukraine, it's also Myanmar, it's also other areas in the world. So I'm afraid that I have no good news for you, except to say that hopefully we will be able to find another way where such shared responsibility can actually be undertaken, not necessarily through military means, but through negotiation and diplomacy, etc. Because I am afraid, but there's no press here, right? I'm afraid that the UN Security Council has actually effectively absconded on that obligation. I'm sorry not to be more optimistic with regard to that. Angela, wonderful to hear from you. Angela and I were together many years ago, so I'm really happy to hear from you, Angela. But yes, with regard to research, actionable advocacy can be very, very important. Mind you, not all research has to produce actionable advocacy, but it would be great if they can, because most of the research can also be the basis for the advocacy and for the use of other policymakers, for example. However, I think that we underestimate the potential of the use of research for actionable advocacy. I mentioned one of the examples that was done in the Philippines with the PhD research that was actually from the University of London. It was not a human rights research, but she made sure that the outcomes of that research would go back to where those data and evidence came from. And I think that's really the first thing to do, to acknowledge that you make this research not merely for you to get your degree, but to have an impact on the people from whom you have obtained the information. And you can actually feed back on this, not only vis-a-vis the people from whom you got information, but also the networks that you have actually created in the process of your research. That's why Ashwan was saying about networks. Networks not just in terms of solidarity, but also in terms of research. One of the interns who actually made a research for me for his thesis, and he was a Dutch student. It was very interesting because the way that he and I designed his research was that his research would not only be useful for me, but also useful for the UN humanitarian and human rights agencies. So it can be very different things. So we had 2 webinars, because this was a time of COVID, whereby he presented his findings for the use of the UNHCR, IOM, OHCHR, and 2 or 3 other UN agencies. And he had also another webinar where he presented his the research findings, and it was a very theoretical paper actually on prevention, research findings to a group of other academics, and now he's doing his PhD in London, also on the same topic to go further. But in any case, what I'm saying is that however you use your research, the first principle, frankly, and this has not yet been stated here, is do no harm. Do no harm to the people with whom you engage, to the people particularly from whom you get your data, and please ensure that they, in whatever way, can benefit from the work you do from them. One of the complaints I usually get from the Idps themselves that, oh, these humanitarian organizations, human rights, they always come here and then we get information and we don't know what happens to them. And so it's not just the effect on the people themselves, but it's also the feeling of being used for the benefit of other people, and they never know what becomes of it. And second, what impact does it have on their lives? If only that impact is knowledge for them to know what happened, maybe that's enough. Or maybe they themselves can take up that advocacy that you would like to be based on your findings. That example I gave you during my intervention, the lady, the researcher, was not the one who did the advocacy. She presented it to the government, etc. She presented it to the IDP. She conducted the workshop, a 2 or 3 day workshop. I was with her in one of the workshops. It was impressive. And the IDPs themselves, yeah, we agree with this. Oh yes, we don't agree with this, but we will use this particular finding to inform the advocacy that we're doing towards our elders and towards the government. So hopefully there will be a way that each of your research can actually lead to some kind of impact to the people concerned. Climate change, oh yes. Yes, when I speak about climate change, by the way, it's not just humanitarian needs and assistance. I'm speaking also about climate change justice. And that causality is indeed very difficult sometimes, particularly in slow onset events. In fact, when I presented my report to the GA in 2020, everybody agreed with the findings of my report, the UN states, except one state. Can you guess who it could be? The United States of America. Yes. Okay, so this was 2020, and this was a time, of course, that they did not agree that there is even climate change. And interestingly, under this new administration, they've come up with the Biden report on climate change, where they say that this is the problem in the US with regard to climate change and also with regard to external relations. So do visit that very interesting report. And so I had a meeting in Washington, DC with the State Department. And one of the things that came up was exactly my report on climate change. And they were saying, your report was very useful to us in the Biden report. Well, thank you. You know, you remember, you actually rejected the findings of my report. So sometimes it's quite interesting how this can happen, where the question of the causality comes in. But it is important to ensure that causality, where one, public policies are concerned, depending on the political will of the state, in this case, very extreme, the US, but also the use of courts. We have more and more climate change justice litigation that are in the courts, and some of them have been successful. In the Dutch courts, I think there are at least 2 cases, or maybe 1, that have been very successful. And I think we must make use of these courts in order to ensure that causality of climate change and human rights risks to the population, whoever there may be. I hope I answered the question. Of course, there has not yet been any case with regard to IDPs themselves and climate change. But I'm not at liberty to tell you, but that's actually under consideration. So Manfred, development induced displacement indeed. The guiding principles on internal displacement are very clear about human disasters. And part of that is our development induced, and part of the analysis, interpretation rather, of the guiding principles that this had, the guiding principles reference to human-made disasters, including development-induced displacement, refers to the big dams, etc. We all agree on that. Interestingly, if you will look at the Kampala Convention, it has dropped that criteria of big, so that under the Kampala Convention, development-induced displacement is very clearly there as a cause for forced internal displacement, but not limited to big development projects. They can be very small. They can be housing evictions, for example. They can be the effects of gentrification as well, if they are forced to move. So this is quite interesting in my view, but as I said, unfortunately, no one is systematically monitoring this. And this is why I'm making it my last report. Everybody was telling me, wow, that's very courageous. I said, well, it's my last report, who cares? You know? So I hope that there will be more advocacy on this area of work. And as I said, I was in Washington, DC. This was the first week of April. I was with the American Society for International Law, the first GA like you after 2 years of COVID. And I went to visit the World Bank. And the World Bank was quite adamant that they have the international environmental standards, they call it, that would actually minimize, or if not actually prevent, forced displacement when they are undertaking development projects. The EMA standards are quite new. I think they were adopted only 2 years ago. So there's still a lot of practice being obtained. However, I have to tell you that those standards is the result of a long process of evolution of standards in the World Bank that actually originated in the Philippines. When I was a young activist, human rights lawyer, the World Bank was going to make the Chico Dam River in the Philippines, which actually instigated the armed conflict in the mountains because the indigenous peoples fought against it. And because of what happened, the World Bank realized they can't just do development projects here and there, and they started to apply some preventive guidelines. Now, whether or not they have been very successful is another story. There have been some studies on that. But I can tell you this is work in progress. More has to be done. But I wish that it is not only the World Bank, but also the governments, because the governments are mostly, if I have to say, complicit with the private companies with regard to these development projects that instigate forced displacement. For my report into the GA towards the end of the year, I'm actually in conversation with another special procedure, the Working Group on Business and Human Rights, because they are looking, of course, in the application of the Ruggie principles on business and human rights, and this has actually a big effect on internal displacement as well. More to be done, Manfred, and perhaps we can have a project on this. Guiding principles, same authority as now, yes and no, I would say. In 2018 was the 20th anniversary of the guiding principles of internal displacement. Next year is the 25th anniversary, so I hope I'm sure the new mandate holder will take this up as an advocacy call. One of the main aspects of the resolution, of my resolution in the GA, is for me to use the guiding principles in my dialogue with states. So I'm mandated to promote the guiding principles on internal displacement. It has the same authority, yes, in the way that, as Manfred actually mentioned, a lot of practice, state practice has evolved. And this is the reason that we published the National Best Practices report of the GP20 Plan of Action. Again, it's on the website. I can give you the links for that, but it's all based on how the guiding principles are being used by several states across the world. But at the same time, we must also understand that even though the guiding principles as a whole is soft law, but if you will look at the different principles in the guiding principles, some of those principles have actually become hard law in terms of treaty bodies and in terms of the national application through the constitutions and legislation. Which brings me to one of the questions, and that was about IDP law. I think that was the first question. Yes, it's important to have IDP laws in the country. This has always been a priority of the mandate since Walter Callan, one of my predecessors. And now we have a growing corpus of national IDP laws and policies. And in Nigeria, hello? Oh, there you are. Yes, we are pushing for the IDP law based on the reformed IDP policy. So UNHCR, IOM, UNDP are all involved in that, sometimes OHCHR, and of course, as a mandate holder, they have money. I'm pushing them as well. Interesting question about technology. I'm afraid that I am not an expert on this. To answer the question, I would pose this question for the next mandate holder. But indeed, there is a lot of potential where technology can assist the rights of IDPs, definitely. But at the same time, because of the growth of artificial intelligence, at least with regard to IHL non-compliance through artificial intelligence, there may be other things that would be looked at. The ICRC is very worried about the use of technology within context of armed conflict, where it does harm, and they're looking more at the harmful effects, including on IDPs. So I cannot say more than that. I'm sorry, who was the one who asked the question? Yes. So, but yeah, but I think this definitely merits more research, understanding and research on the situation. IDP, invisible IDPs within the invisible IDPs, definitely. LGBTI groups is one of them. I think 3 years ago, I issued the communications to the government of Indonesia. It's public now, because the Aceh government, the Islamic government, had actually pushed out of Aceh through violence, a group of transgender people, because they did not comply with Sharia law. And so this group of people had to flee Aceh, and they went to Jakarta. I immediately took on the case as a confidential communication in the beginning, and later on became public because they are considered IDPs. Unfortunately, not many of those cases come to my attention, nor do they come out for various reasons. But I believe that there are a lot of LGBTI invisible IDPs, not only for the purposes of their needs and human rights, but also particularly because of their gender identity. Yeah, so again, please work on that. There are all other invisible IDPs. My report to the Human Rights Council 2 years ago was actually on the rights of IDPs with disabilities. And I was happy I did that, because most of the time, the human rights and humanitarian assistance provided to persons with disabilities who are IDPs are not correct, or they lump everybody, within, oh, they're PWD, but we also know for those working on persons with disabilities, so there are different kinds of disabilities. And so whenever we talk about human rights and humanitarian assistance, it is important that policies and programming take those into consideration. Last but not the least is the mandate. Yeah, the mandate, you can find more information about the mandate in the OHCHR website. I can tell you very, very briefly what it's all about. We are appointed by the UN Human Rights Council after a competitive process. Manfred knows this very well. So application for the next mandate holder is still open until June 9. Any takers, you're welcome. And if you are taking it, do approach me. I can give you some tips. And so June 9 is the deadline. Once you're a special rapporteur is part of this whole mechanism of the UN Human Rights Council called special procedures, which have been one of the treasures of the UN Commission on Human Rights from the 1970s, when the first special procedure was established, the Working Group on Enforced Disappearances. And since then, more and more special procedures were created based on advocacy, mainly by civil society, by human rights victims themselves. Like the Working Group on Disappearances was because of the disappearances mainly in Latin America at the time, including Argentina. And so more and more of us have been created, and we are independent. We receive no salary. We are considered volunteers, but we do have influence, and we're at the level of the Assistant Secretary General in terms of diplomatic immunity. So there are pros and there are cons, and it's very important as well that when we implement the mandate, we are, of course, faithful to the human rights principles that we all share, but also in regard to the implementation of the resolutions. Well, so I hope that's interesting. Thank you very much.
Very much, Cecilia. I think, to use your words, we've taken advantage of you a lot during this session. But I think we can wrap up this session now. If anyone wants to take the discussion further, we still have a lot of sessions. We still have a lot of dinners, a lot of drinks. a lot of breaks to just converse with you. Thank you very much once again for this very insightful keynote speech. So now, as you will see in the program, we have something called performance. And we thought to have a poet here with us. So we have international storyteller, Solid Hope, who lives by her self-coined mantra, do what you came for, which speaks of purpose. So Hope, please welcome. Can we give her a big round of applause?
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. Like Ashana said, I am a storyteller, I'm a poet, I'm a writer, I'm also a voiceover artist. I'm really delighted to be in your company today. This is quite a different setting to what I'm used to, but we're gonna make it work. Yeah, I'm passionate about stories. I'm passionate about storytelling. I believe strongly that stories, in the power of stories, that the world as we know it revolves around stories, revolves around narratives. Right from the moment that we are born into a narrative. And when we are raised, we are also raised through a narrative. Even to such a point where we become of age and to choose how to look at the world and what sort of perspective to hold as we look to the world and as we navigate our lives. It's always a narrative. There's never a point in our lives where we are void of a narrative, even when we get to a point where, for whatever reason, we realize that a certain narrative no longer serves us or no longer works for us. We don't just abandon that narrative and then there's a void. When we let go of a narrative, we are holding on to a different one. And so that's really why I like to tell stories, because they're so powerful. And I'm going to share a few with you here today. Awesome. Mother said, don't come here late. Try to be home before dark. Mother said, don't come here late. Try to be home before dark. The streets don't lie. Little girls walking by themselves at night. The streets don't lie. Little girls walking by themselves at night. Mother said that empty boys emerge from the streets at night. She said that these boys want my lungs because they don't know how to breathe on their own. Mother said that these boys want to touch me in places my body won't understand because nobody ever embraced them when they were young. Mother said that these boys want my soul because they don't know what salvation is. Mother said that these boys want my freedom because their heart is a prison and don't nobody know where the key done gone lost. Mother said that these boys want my skin because they don't know how to live inside their own. Mother said that these empty boys don't know that a woman's body is a sanctuary only to be entered to with an invitation. Why do you like coming over here without an invitation? Why do you want to meddle yourselves inside our bodies? We won't know how to vomit your debt after you've left. We don't want our bodies to become symmetries of all those dead things inside your chest, all those anger, all those alone feelings, all that rage you have for your fathers. What does it have to do with us? We have our own damn wars to fight. We don't want to feel your reign inside the secrets of our bodies. Mother said that some girls live home but never return with all of themselves. Because somehow, somewhere, sometimes in a grown man's body, an empty boy is waiting to take all of your stuff. Mother said that these boys want our lungs because they don't know how to breathe on their own. Mother said that these boys want our freedom because their heart is a prison and don't nobody know where the key done gone lost. Mother said that these boys want salvation, but they don't know where to get it. Mother said that these boys, she said they want to heal themselves, but they don't know how to do it. Abawe kawawi ayani, kawawi ayani. Babawe kawawi ayani, kawawi ayani. Kawawi ayani, kawawi ayani. Babawe kawawi ayani, kawawi ayani. Kawawi ayani, kawawi ayani. I watched my mother learn a new language in her old age. Her tongue did not stutter in her mouth. I didn't know you could teach someone a language you were not fluent in. It was my father who taught my mother. He taught her syllables with his absence. He embedded jargons on her wrists, put an accent on her throat, loved it when she spoke, couldn't understand when she spoke, loved the sound of it anyway. My mother sounds like whipping when she speaks. The earth vibrates when tears fall from her face. Anger erupts in me when she is sad. I want to become lightning when she mourns. I want to strike my father on his chest, forbid him not to speak, although I have many questions. My tongue cannot move when I am raging anger towards him. See, he taught me a language too, one he is fluent in. His tongue cannot move when there is blood on the door handle, so he counts on his feet to walk away. My father is leaving, but he never takes his suitcase with him. Doesn't know how to be completely gone. Doesn't know how to stay. He hates the sight of blood. Our face is tall from all his walking away, so he cannot stand looking at us. I don't know what language or languages he was taught in when growing up, but I think he mastered them all. I can't remember which one is in my bottle. Yes, please. Appreciate it. There is always an older woman trying to teach herself silence because she was told that no one would believe her. So she's not sure anymore. Not sure if it actually happened. Wonders if she made it up in her mind somehow. Doesn't know how to tell away her bruises or the trauma of her memory. There is a younger one, somewhere, learning to inherit that silence because she has seen how abused women are treated. She knows she will be interrogated more than her perpetrator, will be made to feel like she was the accomplice, that she asked for it somehow, that her body is a bait, that her body is a trigger, that her body is a sin, that her body caused a sin. There is always an attempt to explain away a man's deeds, to suggest he was possessed, to suggest it was a demon's doing, to suggest he's a decent man at heart. Forget about a man's apology or his remorse, unless it is advised by his lawyer. And even then, notice how much of him it takes to spit it out of his mouth. You'd swear he's been separated from something dear to him, something he cannot do without. Notice how often women are told to learn how to dress better, but never anything to the man on how to behave better. So I have like a niece who's like 16 years old. And I mean, even at her age already, she talks about like how, you know, when she's going to school, coming back from school, she'll talk about how, you know, like she'll get catcalled, even if she's working with a group of friends, and they talk about how much they're used to it, how much they're used to the catcalling and just men in the streets, men everywhere, really just saying things. And already at that age, she has this sort of thinking, because she's so used to it, that it's almost sort of okay because it's something that happens every day. And I think about how messed up that is, and how twisted it is, and how frightening it is even to have to live in that way, to have to live with fear. So like every day, literally every day, to carry that fear with you, like in all the spaces that you're moving. And I just think it's quite twisted, especially to be so young and already have this sort of, it's normal. Like, why is it normal that that has to happen every day, especially even at that age? Dear man, I'm sorry that nobody taught you that people don't belong to people, that a woman's body is not yours to own, even if she lets you the privilege of loving her. If she says yes to your friendship, it is not a permit for you to quench your thirst with her insides. She is not a well. We are not wells that you should demand to drink from us. The hunger for your soul is not for a woman to feed. The cuts on your ego are not for a woman to stitch. We are not hospital. We are not God. We are not kitchen cooking pan on fire because you feel hard. We are not silver plate ecstasy for your demons to find their home in. We are not the savior. Maybe you are still a boy, but we are not supplements to make a man out of you. We are praying women. We are prayed women. Women and children should not have to ask men to let us live, but we do. Even with our art, we do. We make an appeal for our lives with metaphors, as if the breath in our lungs was crafted by men, as if the number of our days is known by them. Like we are not living our lives to the fullest unless we are living in fear. Like we are not whole unless we are wounded. Like we are not abstract unless we are missing. When a man is found wanting in character, there is always a woman wanted in a flyer, as if our need for freedom is unfounded. There are poems I wish I could write, poems that do not anticipate my blood or that of my sisters, or things for my mother to worry about, poems that do not reek of burdens, things I am not able to articulate, like how I am able to feel everything but still identify as numb. There is no dialect to properly express this strangeness trapped in my body, like how to convince my mind that I am still a part of the living. What words should I say? What words should I use to say that I am tired of moving in fear? How do I articulate belonging to myself when a man can impose himself on my temple with so much ease? This body that is said to belong to the Lord, why is there no holy reverence for it? Maybe man cannot fear my body if they do not fear God, but even men with Bibles have come here, breaking my bones, making diabolical sacrifices to appease their flesh, this creature of death, speaking in tongues whose utterances did not begin in the upper room. Some are feared even by their mothers. A man feared by his mother is a danger to every woman. How can they say they're lovers if they don't respect their mothers? But how can they love their mothers and still make body bags out of us? This unending hashtags of we are dying here. There are poems I wish I could write, poems that are not a list of items for my grandmother to pray about. When she is done praying for her own safety, when she is done praying to forget, when she is done coveting the dead, there are dreams I do not want my knees to be haunted by. I do not want her lovers to be custodians of her trauma. I do not want her inflicted by trauma, to be terrified of love, to run from it, to be terrified of men, even the ones with Bibles, because when they are done praying, they pray on us. There is no residue of his presence in them. I do not want her to learn how to love belonging to bloody hands, to not know how to live because all she has come to know is this kind of love, this kind that makes you familiar with bleeding, makes you familiar with extra layers of foundation, makes you familiar with mumbling prayers, oh God. But what heritage will I pass to her, since I know no better than fear? I'm gonna do my last piece. It's a bit different from the theme that I've been touching on. It talks about loss, and it talks about death, and just kind of the dynamics of trying to navigate through that. Yeah. When someone dies, One, there is a part of the language you easily express yourself in that will lose its meaning. Two, meaning in itself is lost. Three, if you are a person of faith, rage will unfold itself in the strangest of ways. And for a period of time, you will try to withhold yourself from grief. You will remember the verses that kept you on your knees. They will intensify your pain. And you will imagine God's hands letting go of yours. This is what it feels like when our prayers are not answered the way we anticipate. When God feels like the reason for the darkness throbbing in your chest. 4, there is an explosion building up, bulking up to shock you. 5, the muttering on your tongue is finding form, but you will not like the language it builds on the tip of your silence. 6, by now you are accustomed to church folk. You already know what they will say when they visit your house. 7, your house. You pity your house, how it has housed grieving people before. Even the dog that chewed bones many funerals ago has long died. But the people that come to see how you are coping after all this loss and death ask for a plastic bag to carry the bones of the unfinished food to give to their own dogs at home. 8, how time has matured between now and then, but still there is no blueprint on how to handle the dying of the people we love. 9, a type of madness forms in us when someone dies. There is no wrapping our mind around that kind of absence, like how they were here and now they're not. It's the audacity of death for me, how it fondles with us aggressively, toys with us on a first name basis, leaning its legs on our dinner table. 10, it must love to see us this way. 10, it must love to see us this way. 11, I have no words for God. I don't feel ready to talk to him, but still, it wakes me up to write poems that might be of help to someone else. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, I have no words to summarize what has just been said. But I guess while listening to you, I think I came to the realization more that we need a multidisciplinarity aspect when we deal with human rights issues. You cannot just come read reports, you cannot just try to adopt soft laws. You like that, you need to have a more human touch to it. Thank you very much. So this brings us to an end of today's session. I think we are all a bit emotional at the moment. I think you touched that human side in all of us. We are trying to do a group photograph in front. So if we can now, please move to the front for the group photograph. For the Global Campus Council, it will be around the corner, the room that I'll show you later also. I also want to tell you that you can drink tap water in South Africa. Just don't take these bottles with you to your room as has been written there. But if you have any question, please come and ask. I'm circulating a list of those who would like to go to the Apartheid Museum in Soweto. The reason I'm asking is because we need to buy tickets beforehand online, otherwise we will not have access. So please, once it's filled, give it to me. Can I please request us all to just gather outside for the photo? Thank you.
Thank you. I think it went very well.
Yes.
Hannah, if you're there, for the day. Hannah, if you're for the day, so you can talk.